And then the TikTok stream I did already. Got that up as well. I've sent out my going live notifications too. Perfection. Well, then, without further ado, let us begin after a brief delay of a week. The actual Stanley Parable Redeem stream, as opposed to the regular Stanley Parable we did last time. Hehe. Ugh, why am I vibrating like that? We enjoyed you here. We enjoyed your company. We enjoyed your company. Why am I shaking like that? What the heck? Why am I busting it down? Weird. Bizarre, even. What this YouTube thing do? It just multi-streams to YouTube. I just think it's neat. Well, actually, the reason that I'm multi-streaming to YouTube and TikTok every day now is to try and game the algorithm. I have no idea if streaming to them every day is going to affect my position in the algorithm or not, but Am I writing down any the achievements? It will. What will be will be. What will be will be. Money. Money would be nice. Money would be nice. Now I can make things difficult and they can read from there and here. But Nick, I have 4 screens, bitch. 4 screens. You can't bamboozle me that easily. Show off. Ah, it's worth it. I've mentioned before that, but my ideal setup would be like 7 screens, of which one is a laptop. Yeah, we're doing Ultra Deluxe today. Today is Ultra Deluxe. Need to capture the audio from the game. Like so. Yeah. Thank you for the lyrics, Rickson. So 7 screens. What I would need them for? The screen directly in front of. Hold on. I'm pulling up the paint again. I swear I did this on stream a while back already. We're doing this again. Oh yeah, my last screen capture was literally paint. Here we go. Get this like over. Yep. This. There we go. Fuck it. There we go. So let's grab the finest of. Actually, let's make this a black screen and draw on it in white. Grab my finest of crayons. So, the 7 screens. Why I would want to use them. Let's go. Beep, beep. 6 and 7. So, screen 7. This is my laptop. I like having my laptop for my Twitch dashboard because in the event that for whatever reason what I'm doing doesn't like being alt-tabbed out of, or like I can't click out or whatever, then I can still do emergency dashboard things on my laptop. I prefer it this way. It is purely a convenience thing, but it's nice. Then this one is the main screen. One right in front of me. Here's keyboard, here's mouse. And here's me. See? Happy fish. 7 monitors, keyboard, mouse. Then, the one above that, this one will be... Yeah, fish. One above the main. This one I want to be like my, I guess, preview. I'm tired of writing out, so I'm just going to use this. Preview. So what the preview is it's basically either a direct output from OBS, so I can see in real time what's happening, or literally just my stream as is. I can make sure that everything is streaming properly. I like this. I want this to be how this is. Then this one here is OBS. I want to always be able to monitor my OBS. I highly recommend that if you have a second screen, have your OBS in there. You can have your stream chat in there if you want as well. I like having my stream chat here. This is also a backup of my Twitch dashboard. So in case my laptop is unavailable for whatever reason, I can still dashboard here. But that is also where I view my chats. All three of my chats are currently on this screen. Right here. Because I only have 4 screens at the moment. Then this one here is these other two are basically like extra screens, but primarily this one I'd want to use for Discord while I'm in like collabs and stuff, and this one's just like the extra info screen. So like if I need to, yeah, only 4. It is crazy. I hold on, let me drink some water. The extra info screen is basically if I need to be looking at anything extra. Like, for example, have my retro achievements up there so I can quickly reference them. Or, like, if I need some form of guide or, like, additional information or, like, screenshots or notes that I took. So I don't have to keep alt-tabbing. Because I hate alt-tabbing. I don't want to alt-tab at all if I don't have to. So, yeah. 7 screens. At the moment, I do not have the extra info screen, the preview screen, or the Discord screen. This is my current setup. OBS, my main monitor, chat, and my laptop. My laptop I tend to actually be using for like the extra info stuff at the moment. I don't like that. It's kind of awkward. But that's the setup. That's the dream setup. Anyway. I digress. Let's enter Stanley Parable. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Yes. I currently use my phone as my tracking. My phone is dedicated to running VTube Studio, even though I'm not using VTS and a Live 2D model. I like the way how VTube Studio captures my motion for my 3D model. There, person. I have played Stanley Parable before. Yes, I know how it works. The sliding computer is barely visible. That's... honestly, that's kind of fine. Please enter the current time. Time is currently 5:16. I've considered ultra-wides. I think that for like a personal use PC, I'd like an ultra-wide as a main. But not for streaming. Definitely not for streaming. There's so much that goes wrong with streaming on an ultra-wide. Says well, there's something to access the main menu. Okay. Audio is a little loud. Just bring that down to the light. There. Video. Okay. I'd like to enable subtitle. Now we start Except ads are about to start.
This
What the heck?
is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Hold on. Sensitivity's a little rough. Field of view small. That down to there. VSync is there. I need VSync to actually just fuck right up. It's still a little high. That's doable. That's usable. What is this game? This is the Stanley Parable. It is a game of exploration, of choices, and of consequences. Now, before we get started, I'm actually quickly going to go pee. Very quickly, I need to go pee first. Horror? Not horror. Well, I mean, existential horror maybe, but it's not a horror game. Okay, real quick like. Really quickly. I'm going to have a whiz. Okay. Okay. Did I read the store page description? No. I'm not even the one who bought the game. I bought the original Stanley Parable. Do it? Oh, alright then. Alright. Before we do anything else. This and yes. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is a first-person exploration game. It is an expanded reimagining of the critically acclaimed award-winning indie game The Stanley Parable from 2013. When a simple-minded individual named Stanley discovers that the co-workers in his office have mysteriously vanished, he sets off to find answers. You will play as Stanley, and you will not play as Stanley. You will make a choice, and you will have your choices taken from you. The game will end, the game will never end. Contradiction follows contradiction. The rules of how games should work are broken, then broken again. You are not here to win. The Stanley Parable is a game that plays you. What's new? Everything was in the original Stanley Parables here, preserved just like it was back in 2013. But the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe also dramatically expands the world of the original game with new content, new choices, and new secrets to uncover. The labyrinth has just gotten bigger. In addition, the game has been visually upgraded to reflect modern technology while faithfully preserving the tone of the original game. Accessibility features have also been added to the game, including localization of in-world text, colorblind options, and content warnings. And just as before, the impeccable voice work of Kevin Brighting will accompany you every step of the way. In the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, everything you remember has been recreated. Yet it's different somehow. We've been here before, haven't we? Is Stanley still the same as he was back then? Or is it you who has changed? Is that what you wanted, person? That good enough for you? That it? Yes? Okie dokie. Now then. What the f... You mean Symphony of the Night's the first game in Megami Tensei? That's not how that works, Quarter. Come on, man. Now. You know what? That makes more sense.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're playing the first round by the book. Oh yeah, you can actually read the I Hate Mondays on the mug now. Crazy.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fair enough.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Mm-hmm. 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 A lot of this is exactly the same. Synergy! Synergy. Ooh, broom closet. We love the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah? I'll ask you for that after we've done all the endings we did
Staring
last
into
time.
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah, there's no way Stanley could know that it was
2845.
4 4 8 4 6 0 0 0 0.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, there's no way Stanley could know that the code was 2845. Yo? How do you keep getting them triples? Crazy.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Yellow.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Sure did.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
It's
What
roughly
horrible
1 in
secret did
27.
This place hold, Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
So about 4%-ish.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Behold, they kept the thick-ass bezels, and that pleases me. I like that they kept the thick bezels from last time.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yep.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Of course, of course. Danger. Electric shock risk. Right. Off with you then.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy. And that's the game. Now, let's start fucking around, shall we?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
We can do Broom Closet next.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
My eyes are burning.
Take a minute just to drink it all in. Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes?
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now.
I could.
You could have done it just then.
Could've.
Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
Sure
Any
would
of
be.
these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate.
Very true.
I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Not.
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Alright. Begin that again. Yeah. So yes, the Stanley Parable is a game about choices, and whether you feel like doing them or not. How to discover this? I played the original Stanley Parable.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Right,
Perhaps
we are now
he'd
going
simply
for
missed a memo.
the most based ending. There are no others
Stanley
quite like
came
it.
to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Oh,
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Plenty of reason to be here. The broom closet's awesome.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
Sure
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
Yep.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Fuck all. FA means fuck all.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Disagree?
I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
It's everyone's favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
Friends, do you find this concerning?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Stanley's addicted to drugs and hookers.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Porter, shut up.
Right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
He's right, but Quarter, shut up. Also, rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I think that's as far as the broom closet goes, right? I want to say that's the end of the broom closet. Is it the light? I think it's the HVAC. First was the HVAC system. Anyway. We can come back next run.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sure. Let's finish this off right.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Bazinga.
What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Want to hear this song? Which song? Going to crawl out the window again? Song. I'm still trying to remember, like, everything that I did last. Was there a song? Or was the song in Ultra Deluxe?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Fall here? Can I fall here? Too many railings. Unless... Whee!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you
forgot to do
all
that
sent us
last time.
lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Oh, I love the title.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Nice. We love the new ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
The
he had
end is never
simply
the
missed
end.
a
It's never
memo.
the end. It's never 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 the end.
When Stanley came to a set of
Nah,
two
the
open
end's never the
doors,
end. The end's
he
never the
entered the
end.
door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Oh,
Taking our time, right? Na 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 na. But I'm taking my time. Na 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 na.
Where was Kingdom
Ow,
Hearts 2
ow,
during
ow,
Hurricane Katrina,
ow.
eh?
Something that I'm not 100% sure of yet is whether I accidentally assigned you 2 walk-ons or whether Seth actually just waits for every time you do it before he does his. And I feel like I'm never going to get an answer anyway because it's kind of funnier that way. Alright, we've taken our time. Psych! We're going back in. Okay, now we're taking our time. We've taken our time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
I let you
That
talk.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So
I
he
let you
relaxed
talk.
for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Ugh.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Soothed and rejuvenated. Can I actually go up? No. The other button doesn't do anything. I didn't expect it.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley
Oh, but I can
actually
go
got
back up.
back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oh. Well, okay then. Back we go.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still
Sure
just
is.
exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's
You're
that
welcome.
keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Alright, back to the elevator, I guess.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
What can I say? I really am just built different. You know I'm gonna do it.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What could it be?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Changes everything. Where to see the world, Latias? Welcome in.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
This is technically new. This is currently new right here. I forgot to do this last time.
I have fully come to terms with it.
So I have no idea if
I
it was
have made
around last
space
time
in
or
my
not.
worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
But yes, I will announce when it is something that I haven't seen before. So far, aside from jumping off, which I didn't do last time, there wasn't an up option? Okay, so this is new. So this is brand new. The reason I didn't find it last time because it didn't exist. Gotcha.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it?
Of
I mean,
course.
sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
You're most welcome. You know I have to do it to him.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Oh, and
There we
slow.
go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly,
It's all
I
me.
mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
Snappy?
Yes, I know you're
Welcome
not
in.
much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Yeah. This is content. World's healthiest human being. All tricks are... How we did it, the pyramids. Live. The guy who went to Mars. All eyes on Stanley. Live on stage. This is fine. Right? An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Stanley Parable Stanley. Tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley. From the Stanley Parable. Q&A with world's first sentient machine. Right? Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. Back there. I can't see that last one. Blah. Whatever.
All right,
Stage.
are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
I'm not sure which ending this is. It is a new one specifically for Ultra Deluxe. This is my first time playing Ultra Deluxe. I played regular Stanley Parable last week and got every ending, to the best of my knowledge. So, I'm in a no man's land right now. Stanley Rider. Almonds, chair, gum, table, and nut bar. National Geographic. The Storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book. Doors Monthly. What wallpaper should I put in my kitchen? Help, I can't find my cat. Could be indoors. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom ending. Narrator Airlines official. I went to the mind control facility and all I got was this lousy sticker. I played the demo. 7. Adventure awaits and 8. Yep. Good old putt-putt. Congrats, Stanley. Remember where you came from, your co-workers. An unforgiving account of ups as well as downs. Highs and lows, isn't that what life's about? 5 stars from Star Magazine. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. I mean, technically, the following the instructions ending is the quote-unquote good ending, because it's the one where Stanley is happy. The dude who came up with pizza? Yo! The Lord. Meet and greet. Okay. Dude is absolutely taking the piss with me, and I love it. Ow. Speech, speech, speech. Stanley can't speak. Yeah, the end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, let's go to the bad ending. Hold up. It's just a door that says new content. Are we really falling for this obvious bait? I mean, I don't think Ultra Deluxe is that intensive. I can't imagine Ultra Deluxe is that intense. Well, let me just check something. So I am running Ultra Deluxe, everything maxed out, streaming to 3 different platforms, running at 144 FPS. I'm using half my GPU. What are the system requirements for Ultra Deluxe? Hold on, let me go check. I have Steam open here. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe system requirements. Minimum requirements. Windows 7 or higher, Intel Core i3 2 GHz or AMD equivalent, 4 GB of RAM, a GeForce 450 or higher with 1 GB of memory and 5 GB of available space. So, yeah, 4 GB of not video RAM, system RAM. Do I have the bucket? Do I have a bucket? Hold on, was there a bucket? Yeah, that's like the minimum for Windows to run.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh jeez, you've got 2 gigs of RAM. That's rough. I hope you get well soon. Okay, I didn't see a bucket, so let's.
Oh, new content.
Let's go
What
to
does
the
that
new
mean?
content door.
New content.
I like. Boy, I want to go there. Dang it. What does new content mean? Where are we going? Where are we going?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
I only
After
just
receiving
started.
critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Why don't I get on the elevator? Nothing. Wait. Nothing. Alright.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm
Show
sure it's
me
just the beginning of a mesmerizing
goods.
adventure.
Yeah, so far the endings we've had were the...
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Gotten the original ending, which is follow the instructions. I've gotten the bottom of the mind control facility
I have
ending.
to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as
And
if
the ending just now.
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Show me the content.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
You can jump in the jump circle. And I'm out of jumps. Okay. Neat.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Wait, if you restart the game for the pause menu and jump circle, you can actually jump. That's... Okay. That's something to keep in mind. Yeah, I used all my job. Each fine. We can always do it again.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say,
Goodness.
initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yes.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
There's
Let's
more.
see it.
Very
I'm
good.
ready for whatever it is.
Clock. Is that the time? That's not the time.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these
Yeah, new
people on
content,
Twitter
TM.
and hold them personally accountable.
Oh my.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I'm gonna explore a little bit more first before I start looking up. Hold on, is this a brand new office type? Is this a new office type? This isn't the blue office, is it? This is a new office type. Okay. We are touching everything.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
That continues to the regular office, which we're going to promptly ignore. We're going in the vent. Chat preventing. Whee.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So
Yes.
I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Yes.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
What you got there? What the Narrator, what have you done? Are we outside?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
I got every ending in the original Stanley Parable. This is my first time playing Ultra Deluxe. 4-hour one. That feels like the one where you have to loop like 5 times, I think. That one took a while. I don't think there were any super duper long endings in original Stanley Parable. The longest one was the was it the Confusion ending, I think? Zone Suites.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
4-hour ending in the... I may have missed that one then. Like, I even used like a guide to try and get all the endings. But I guess that one just wasn't on it. Crazy. That says The Last of Us. That says The Last of Us. That the correct system time? Nope, that's also not the correct system time. Why did they want me to input my time? Buy on Steam. Oh, right! The baby game ending! Yeah, no, I was... Like, I considered it and I was like, no. Sorry, I didn't miss that one. I actively chose to not do it because... Could not be asked. So you're right. Technically, I didn't get every ending. I hate this achievement so much. This one I have. But I hate this achievement so much. Technically, there are still ways to get it, but it's solid cheating. Money. Stanley Parable deals tough choice. Yeah, Super Go Outside, which is the actual 10 years one. In loving memory, little Stanley. No! I probably got the serious ending. I don't know what half the endings are called.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est sur la pluie des loups, et je n'attends.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Okay, I don't
It
have
was
the series
literally
yet.
every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
So yeah, I haven't tried to cheat yet, so I don't have the serious end. Oh right, the fucking Minecraft scene. Push the buttons. Maybe. Down here. Memory zone maintenance. Oh, I can't go there. Right. Knowing your city. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah. Stanley Parable. They're a collector's edition for it. Huh. Dang, that coaster goes hard. Oh, I want that coaster. People play games because of what they can do inside them. Your game's very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and
Hello,
one
Egg.
that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
It was hold up. Hey, there's a serious room. There it is.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Drinks. Still can't get anything. That's fine. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, this should
Surely
be good.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Honestly, Stanley Parable's a fun game. It's a very simple game of exploration and faffing about, but sometimes that's what you want to do. You just want to not do anything. Steam reviews. Portion. Hi. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. a thing where I need to do a thing with. Oh, I see it.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That was a lawsuit. Heck? I feel like this is the most open area they've ever given us. That reminds me, I need to start hitting the PCs for the heaven ending.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
You're a little preachy.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, don't go thinking like that now. Na, 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 na. Here we go.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
All right.
And here it is. Go ahead and give... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're
Jeez,
back.
the tree
my
withered.
goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Uh-oh. Did I skip too far?
Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had...
So much time. Oh. He's not even saying anything this time. You know, chat, I think we have broken him. I don't know. What's worse could happen?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the...
I have to say, if I weren't streaming, I'd actually probably listen to everything he had to say.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Do you regret giving me a skip button yet? I think he regrets giving me a skip button. Oh. Well, it's all just going to shit now. Don't go through the new content door. Okay? Sure. Oh. Lush. No longer lush. You know, I said earlier this isn't a horror game. Perhaps I was mistaken. Oh. Oh dear. This still works, right? Oh dear. Well then. This, lovely music. Go to the right in the left room? Okay. Sure. I guess the narrator died.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
1,000
decided
mils
to
is
go
one
to the
liter.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fate used to be believable.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Fate used to be
Perhaps he
believable.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
All through the up, all through the left. You crawl through the left. Oh, in the lift room. Oh, okay, that makes way more sense.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
The employee lounge.
It had really
It's
been
beautiful.
worth the detour after all. Just
All
to
right,
spend
later.
a few moments here, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It's
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Is this not the lift room? There's the lift. Oh, that room. Okay. Wrong lift room. Gotcha.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, so I'm not talking to myself, Seth. There are people in YouTube chat, and I still don't know whether I'm allowed to put YouTube chat on Twitch because you know, there's some rules in place.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You land on the boxes. Gotcha. Oh yeah, there's a convenient landing zone. Or on those boxes. These boxes. Okay. Alright. Lads, we're venting again. Tape record.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth with you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Blech. That was quick. I don't trust it though. Let's go do it again.
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
What? That was my office. Was I too quick to leave there? I may have been too quick to leave there. I may have been a little hasty. I have heard as much that you can like glitch out the jump. But uncertain if that's intended behavior.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, so those are the current guidelines, but like multiple sources that I've like probed, including ones who are publishing like the official chat combining thing. Seems to think otherwise.
Following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. Gonna go here. I want to see if anything happens if I tape record again.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path
Aw,
that it
never
seemed
mind.
the office had begun. So far off the beaten
Okay.
path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, Seth.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the
Okay, it's
back and
Sam
forth
again.
between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been
Yes,
through,
yes,
and it
yes.
all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
Yes.
It was all just in Stanley's head.
Yes.
I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much
Don't
more
think I would have
exciting
found
you
this
must find
alone?
the world
We'll
than
never
the
know,
rest of us
Snappy.
do.
We'll never know.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
We will never know. So let's check
All
out
of
the
his co-workers
brand new
What could
content.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But I'm pretty sure I just missed a office gag. Oh well.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Yes. Let us see. Let us see. Where are we going, narrator?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable
Who's
and
been
about
reflecting?
how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The
Yeah?
original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, there it is. The end is never the end
Yes,
again.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many
New mode.
possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Where is Finley 2? I'll have you know this isn't even Finley 1. This is Finley 0.5. I have not finished my model yet. This is just the prototype. No, literally. Like, the official file name
Calling
for
it
this
Stanley
model
Parable
is
2
Finley
is just so much
0.5.
catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Investor showcase. Right. The neat couch. Empty sticky notes. Oh, I'm definitely sticking with 3D. I'm definitely sticking with 3D. I'm thinking of basically I want a custom V-Roid. Because the benefits of V-Roid for me is just being able to hot swap outfits super easily. I like that power. I like that ability. It means that I can make cheesy cosplays whenever I want. If I want a V-Roid, I couldn't do this. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do this. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have the power to be able to do this. I couldn't do this. Or this. Or this. Or what was this one? Alright, this one was garbage. Or this? Or this? This one was popular. This one was nice and popular. I can just do this. Huh? What else do I have? Right? This? I have so many different outfits. It is a little annoying that my entire model freezes whenever I try and change outfits. But, like, there are outfits. There are so many outfits. This one. Yeah. Nice haircut. Who was that woman? You mean Jill Valentine? Why does that not? Oh, this is the one with the straps. This is the one with the straps. No? You mean my Sheva Alomar cosplay? There was another woman in. I didn't think I showed this one, actually. Neptunia, baby! This one? Oh! You mean this one! Yeah. So, let's not talk about this one. We don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that one. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that I want to do with 3D and in 3D. And like Vinyan, I also just like because stickers are neat. Like super easy. Fucking behold, I have Millennium Eye. I use Vinyan. I use Vinyan. I use Vroid Studio. Those are my tools of the trade. I don't need the sticker. Boink. Ah, Angie. I love Vinyan. I love it so much. Anyway. Back to the Stanley Parable 2. Went on a little bit of a tangent there. Yeah, no, I have plans of turning the model swaps into I have big plans for model swapping with channel point, which extends beyond just Vinyan. I just haven't done it yet because A, I'm lazy, and B, I haven't had enough time. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Million castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. New mug! Time to wake up. Never underestimate a coffee enjoyer. Who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room? What we got here? Tit. There we have meeting at 2 p.m. Sincerely Management. To everyone, BCC me. Lovely. Sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets beans? Artistic... something wife scene. Free room... maid. Dress up something. Proper gameplay. Nude Stanley. Jetpack. Fuel canisters. My goodness. I have no idea what that says. I wish I could zoom. Hold up. No. Dang it. No zoom button. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Are we ray traced? I don't know, maybe. Times New Roman, keep on trucking, whatever. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. 1 plus 1 is 2, minus 1 is... Okay. More TSP, better TSP, win, sequential mindshare, the color red. Yes. The Stanley Parable 2. This poster's so dumb, I love it. Thanks for attending my meeting.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2, Crab, the ultimate sequel. Testing 2 printers at the same time. What's this? Can't read that. This way to the show floor. Alright, sure. May I have a seat? No? Okay. I guess I don't need one. Neither want nor need one.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Can we kiss the narrators? That's a good question. Name, hear yours today. Sure, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Is that a bucket? What bucket? Was there a bucket? What bucket?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Is it? Seems kinda cringe to me. But you know what? Sure. Why not?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here,
I'm
let's have you
sure.
role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you
All
feel
right.
it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Y'all, for the duration of this exercise,
Alrighty then.
I am Jim. If I find you dead naming me, I'll time you out. I am now Jim. Not Earthworm Jim. Just Jim. J-I-M Jim. Excellent. I'm glad we're all on board. I am Jim. I have become Jim, but I have also always been Jim. My entire life, I have been a Jim. Not Jimmy, not Jimothy. Jim. Hi, chat. My name is Jim.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
We do it again. We do it again. I am Jim. Yeah. What a thrill.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in
Oh, is
Stanley
that what
Parable
happened?
2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I was like, why did it play just from getting close to it?
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
I am
I'm
Jim.
putting the Jim button away.
No,
Otherwise, soon
no,
you'll
no.
start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No, 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 no. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? Why are we here? I don't know. I feel like my
fish.
I am so confused now. Why is there a high fish blurb? Okay, I guess we aren't Jim anymore. You know what? That was an exercise. We are no longer Jim. Jim is dead.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
A whole new office. Gah! That carpet is atrocious. The baby's all grown up. I am fish. I am fish. The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way sequels. Blah 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 blah. New features, new contents, new ideas. Jump circle in the infinite hole. Oh. Hold up. We're going to the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Farewell, Snappy.
It's the
Thanks for the
Stanley
company.
Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Give it to me.
You may even come to long
Give it to
for
me.
the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is
Give it
in
to
your
me.
arms.
Give it to
To be
me.
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Give it to me!
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I think you're right.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I can keep the bucket? I can has bucket? I can has bucket?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
It's me. New office
Okay, I'll be
decorations.
honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh, happy 12th birthday for sure.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Whore. I want your opinions.
Well,
I can choose
actually,
the exact opposite.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
3 new plus easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Goes right here. Pull the lever, receive a new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Did I just call the narrator a whore? Yes. Sorry. You may not have heard me. Whore.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers. Speaking of gamers, have you heard that every single evolution is getting a life-size plushie? Every single... Even Espion. Every last evolution. The purple one, yeah. Even the purple one.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Now we're going back and trying the lever again. It just works. Todd. Return. Ugh. Holy heck, I'm tired. I'm not sure if I even slept last night. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Nice. I already used up all my jumps last time. Bother. Collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Makes me wonder if there actually are
God,
more
it
of them,
really
right?
is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, I need all of them as well. I just don't know if more of them exist. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. The screenshots now. Johnson answer, no. If I find another, then I'll know there are at least 2. If I don't, then I will know nothing. Button says Jim. Oh. Oh. Epilogue. Alright. I didn't check the infinite hole. Gotta check the infinite hole. Not ready. Hole like infinity. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
All right.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Now, I could do that. I could do that.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Why is
You
that?
do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Could it be this hole isn't quite that infinite?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
Maybe.
What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
It's like
I
flight.
figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Okay, sheesh, calm down.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Bet you will. What if I'm not ready yet? What if I'm not ready yet? I'm ready.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I'm sure you are. However...
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
That was way shorter.
Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Alright, sure.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If
Yeah,
this stuff
who could have
became a
guessed?
thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I
Yeah.
suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Sure.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole. How
That's
is
just a
this still
pitch.
appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Where?
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it
Now
again.
it's not.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose...
Yeah, well,
I suppose
now.
there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell.
Why are there so many Stanley Parable blurbs? Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Moving. Hey, Lotus. Change your perception. I am very tired.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
Yeah, lots of perception choices. Yeah, I can change my reality. Sure, this is the crow calls. Puppies! Space. Change the silk.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Yes?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley.
Crazy?
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I
rubber
want you
room
to
with
be
rats.
wide awake for every
Rats
second
make
of
me
it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Twitter. Go, got to keep the bucket.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
What happens if I go to the bucket with the bucket? Nothing. Okay then. Ugh. Hold on. Maybe. No new collectible. Alright. Mostly infinite hole. Fine it in. Oi. Tisk. Can't believe they closed up the hole. Right. That's not the epilogue. Ooh. Yes. Oh. Still an up. Right. Here's where it was. Here's where it was. Moo! That's new.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. Well, that's everything then, isn't it? Yeah. All right, how do I leave? Go back to the gym button. Ugh. Still gone. Up. 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 I may need to go and grab... Oh, it's already ad time. I was gonna say, like, yeah, when the ads start, I'm gonna go grab a coffee and a snack. I'm fading fast. I don't know how else to put it. Where's the more up? There? You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm not calling this thing short. I want to, like, do this properly. You know? We are here. We are Stanley. Exit? No, we're at the exit. We're at the exit. However, we will be right back.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Exactly. This is the story. Man named Stanley. This is violence. Yeah, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I want to give you 4 hours of Stanley Parable. That means we have to go for another 2. But first... Right. We will be right back. I'm getting coffee. I'm getting food. I'm getting everything I need to keep me going for another 2 hours. Okay. Great God. I'm going to poop so much after. Ugh. The live is not eligible for recommendation, restricted in search results because it contains unoriginal reproduced content. Excuse me? This seems plenty original right now. The TikTok stream got restricted for some reason. Is it because it's playing the Velvet Room theme? I'm not allowed to have a BRB on TikTok? Actually, you know what? That actually kind of tracks. That kind of tracks. You know what? Whatever. Fuck you. Eat my pants. We're back. I have a very large mug of coffee. 2 spoons even. 2 spoons. Now then. Set up.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I suppose. You mug. Remember, no screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
It's much
Here
better,
we go.
much better.
Version 2.
Oh.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe that's it.
Actually, the
I
pit
can
might
take
stand
the
on its
original
own.
Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Oh boy, here we go again.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
What if I just quit the desktop? You know what? Instead of begin the game, let's just like leave it. Okay, fine. I'll go back in. I may have boned it. Please enter the current time. Time right now is 7 6:36 p.m. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Manufacturer's setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, let's get back to the video game now. Oh, it actually still says Stanley Parable 2. Okay. I want to set the time. I want to set my favorite time. We're setting the time, chat. Document milk. Hey, I'm not the only one who's going to be pooping later. Let's go. Ah, 4:20 a.m. Your favorite time of day. Oh, could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? Now, after all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. And now I'm curious how accurate 4:20 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 4:20 a.m.? You know, it's 4:20 somewhere. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Now, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time we boot up the game. When do we get to the game? This is the game! Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Slide until the dog and the cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. No, 8. There's a 9. Slide until you stop adjusting the slider. I feel like there. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or Scrumtush? I do like Scrumtush. Let's go with a heavy lean towards Scrumtush. Yeah. Please don't adjust the slider. Alright. You know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What time is it anyway? No. Anything about yourself you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. We come back to visit me? Yes. Let's go visit them again. Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. Like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. Now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. You don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. I've never played Death Stranding, so I have no idea what that means. Someday. I haven't installed. I just haven't played it yet. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. Not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again. If you can find me. Talk soon. Back we go. I do, person. I do have to play it before the second game comes out. Oh. Alright, I suppose we have to go find them then.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm sure it'll come to PC eventually.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Exactly.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Skip. Welcome back. Quit the game, then start it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Get well someday. The bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket. This is my emotional sport bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Go.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really
Well, I
tell
never.
the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Broom closet, we can no longer be friends. How dare you? The sheer gall of trying to tear
I've
apart
got you
me.
something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Go
Here
on.
we go. There. Now it's settled.
Yeah?
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah, take a hike. And another.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Oh,
See?
did
I
you get the
feel
broom
that it
closet
works
ending?
because the
The
sticker
broom
is
closet
also
ending
a
was my
bucket.
favourite.
That way, if you're
I hope
ever
your
unsure
friends
whether the
find
thing
this
you're holding
concerning.
is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Right, one more thing. How
You know
dare
what?
you?
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Yeah, cash me outside. How about that? You know, just as a closing statement. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Found it?
Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you! Fuck you!
Exactly. Exactly.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, who up Stanleying their parable? Who up Stanleying they parable? Ooh, hello.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to
God
savor
knows I've
each
tried.
and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yippee! Yippee! That's probably the biggest indicator of how tired I am. How good my yippee is. The worse it becomes, the more tired I am. Ah.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Bucket is here for me. Everything will be fine. It was a
Stanley
passable
and the bucket walked
yippee.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, what if?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
I genuinely have to wonder, did they record additional dialogue for everything just to include the bucket? I would 100% believe they did.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What horrible secrets does this place hold?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
The bucket had never seen anything like this. Interesting.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh yeah.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Right, down with the system. The bucket's happy ending.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Yeah, what up?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
What the
until
shit,
finally
yo?
the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
No.
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. or go to any lengths
No,
not to part
no,
with the bucket.
no!
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
But-
Not while this building has anything to say about
But-
it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Gotcha, bitch!
Hello, Gab. I have been flim-flammed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't believe they've done this. Oh. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Cool. Bucket's already upgraded.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Okay, I understand. Because this is Stanley Parable 2... Yeah, we're having a great day, Gab. We're having a great day. Because it's Stanley Parable 2, it has reset the progress of everything. Escape pod ending. I can work on the escape pod ending. Sure. I can do the escape pod ending.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You do the escape pod. There will be a reward for finding them. Okay. Okay, so we know where they all are. We know where they all are. It's fascinating. Why does 416 have the clues? Don't leave the office before reporting back on any findings, blah 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 blah. Yeah, 6 is just in the shitter. Why don't we go back in here again?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Sticker.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Hold on, we're going downstairs first. Hear it.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
I was just thinking
Stanley
mini
things.
stands.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Actually, I don't like Stanlerine because... That's pee. That's my pee. That's my pee. Chat, that's my pee. It's just pee. It's just pee. Anyway, that was probably in here.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies,
Stanley?
Figlies,
What
Figlies.
name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Oh, right, the business strategy. Gun to Panda. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom. But this actually goes somewhere now. Has to play with Mario's the Switch version. That's beautiful. Oh, it still doesn't go anywhere. Cool. Gotcha. Right. I've got to hit the other one. Because this is a little tricky. Oh, you can't save the game anymore. See?
Stepping...
There we go. It's a little trick, but not impossible. I know where there are lots of boxes, I know where the red and blue. Trust the completionist instinct. Trust. The no cake is... I guess. Check something. Oh, I can go directly to the... Oh, no, I can't. One input per playthrough. One input per playthrough. Gotcha. Right, let us escape. You are now leaving. Just straight up. Get out of here. Now, I guess this way we could try and leave with a... Means the building won't like that. The building will not like that. No, no, no. $7.50. Oh. Right? Oh. There's only room for one of us in there. Go, friend. Don't look back. Be free. Be free!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah, what could
Stanley
it mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. Oh. Well, alright then. Bucket's just gone. My friend.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
what?
and Stanley knew it perfectly
I really
well.
do like
Perhaps he
chicken
wanted to
Chicken nuggets is like my family.
stop by the employee
Chicken
lounge
nuggets
first,
is like my
just to
family.
admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But
Chicken
eager
nugget,
to get back to business,
chicken
Stanley
nugget.
took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
Oh.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'm assuming that if I try to go back into the new content using the bucket, it would give me solace in the desert or something. Somewhere here... there is... This is a large room with many boxes. I feel like in here is a collector. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, so I would have found this. Cool. Now we know. Probably.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
That's true. I can't go back. Anyway,
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
yes.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Thank you. Yeah, 07.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Replacement
simply
bucket.
missed a memo.
Okay, we have a new bucket. Chat, we have a
And
new
try
bucket.
not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Aye. Oh, that's rude.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Nah.
but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I know
telling
what I
him
want to
that
do.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I want to collect
And here
all
it
of the
was.
figurines.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I did no such thing, actually.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Okay.
A cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
I'm sure
Stanley
there is.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him.
That's
and
nice,
he
sweetie.
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bet.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which,
Oh.
if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences
here we
on the
go.
entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Yeah.
Please, step in here for a moment.
What is a bucket? Oh, here we go.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
All right.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I'm feeling... yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Alrighty then.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
It looks like a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
But that's the 3D printed bucket then.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes?
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
It has a bucket attached to it. There's a bucket involved.
Is this a bucket?
I just said yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Not even elaborating. Just yes.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Huh?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
You what?
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Everything is a
My
bucket.
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
True.
Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
You
But it doesn't change
absolute
the fact
wheelie
that
bin.
we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
All right then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm going to not grab the bucket because I want to get past that no buckets allowed zone. I feel bad not grabbing the bucket, but sacrifices have to be made.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
We
well.
all have to make
Perhaps
sacrifices
he wanted
sometimes,
to stop by the
chat.
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We all
The
have to
lounge
make
was sublime,
sacrifices.
a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
There you
let me
are.
prove it. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
That we're
Savor
calling
this
him now?
moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I follow my own
There's
path.
nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead,
Sure.
Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Sure, I'll give some critical feedback.
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's
1?
not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
You know, he is right. It's my place to judge. Oh, here we go. Right, a dead rat and Mussolini.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Alright, honestly.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Here
You
we
wouldn't
go.
mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Sure.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of
Sure.
course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to
Sure.
keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Yes.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
He's
It's
out.
over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh,
You're welcome.
hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Alright.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Meow.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
This is different.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Is this,
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play
The
as a
Outer
creepy
Wilds?
man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems as if you know.
Firewatch. Yeah, that makes
Come,
more sense.
let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Firewatch makes a lot more sense. Who firewatches the Firewatch? I was hoping that they'd have different games now. I was really hoping there'd be different games, considering, you know, 10-year gap. I haven't played Outer Wilds. That's why I asked. I just know it felt right thematically. I know Pookie really wants me to play the Outer Wilds. One of his favorite games. And I know there's an Outer Wilds song in Lethal Company.
No, it can't be.
No, it can't be. Oh, but it can be.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh,
Sure.
thank goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
No, we're still in the
Okay,
woods.
I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
We're in the woods.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay. Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Alright, let's go get lost.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Oh,
We
what
shall
fun.
run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Here you go.
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yes, Rocket League. My, it's a big ball. But
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
yes,
Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize... Hold on. What are you doing?
escaping.
Stanley,
Hey.
don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Chunky Puffs. Oh, Chunky Puffs. Oh, we hate chunky milk. A Stanley Parable. It certainly is. Because we escaped. We ran away from the narrator. Alright. He found us.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Yeah, we got the broom closet ending already. Okay, back to the buckets.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's it's those figurines. Those figglers.
Yes?
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
My guy. Those figurines matter more to you than they do to me. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There was something here before. The answer is yes.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
Wait, if I grab this, doesn't it take me up to 7?
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Won't this take me up to 7? That took me up to 7. Your Krauser impression? Leo. That's terrible.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley.
I think my voice is a little tired to do a Krauser
impression.
impression.
To find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
8. Honestly, if you really want my Krauser impression,
okay, let's do a little quick.
Then all you need to do is go and watch the Valentine's Day, which I don't think is up yet, actually. So please look forward to that. Please look forward to the Valentine's Day VOD going up. There you'll find my Krauser impression.
Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Pretty sure the boss's bathroom. Pretty sure to the bathroom first.
No. The boss's bathroom was the 4th place you found a figure.
I'm pretty sure it was the 3rd.
Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they?
Yeah, exactly.
What? If the boss's bathroom feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Nah, it was totally the 3rd place.
Let's see. What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room.
What the hell's this
but
pink
it's
room?
here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What the heck is this place? Huh? This isn't real. To be fair, I can't remember what I had for breakfast, so that is correct. I can't remember.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly.
Let me
In
jump
fact,
off.
because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Right? Windows Media Maker. Okay, let's go. Windows Movie Maker's ass. Fucking.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything
Beautiful.
else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This
Yes.
memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Yes.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
Yeah.
It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
That it? Alright. Ah, right. Same door.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Farewell, Memory Zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's
No.
just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Sure. Sure thing.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
That's what you
keep
said
going,
last
I want
time,
more.
boy. Oh, you said that.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
What was that? Okay. Okay.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Good room. Solid room. And the game is hilarious. I want to say that the game dev's brother is Doug Doug. I think it's the game dev.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next. Under the stairs. Nope, not allowed. Under the stairs.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
Keep
Because
going.
you're not supposed to dwell on it, dingbat.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Still can't jump, though.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
More memories.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
I'm sure it's a trophy to jump.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Nope.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Do you remember?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I bet. Just one more run. Pencil sharpener. There's a pencil sharpener ending? Cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We are heading to the meeting room, that's for sure.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Now you're just making stuff up.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Thinking... Where do I want to go? Actually, let's go this way. Let's go this way.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
The figurines are done.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply
yeah.
because I have no Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What ending am I going for this time? Actually, I do need to hit the computer. So. We go in here. Want to have us a poo.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I got
But
the
Stanley
bucket.
guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Got the bucket.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
I got
Was
the
the
money.
bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da. Na-na-na-na. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway
didn't.
had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Yeah.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the
Okay.
bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Lots of pretty girls. Ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum. We are free. We shall be free!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Not like this!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
But Stanley? Why only the buckets?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
What about
It's true that
Stanley?
all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to
What
behold.
about Stanley? The Stanley parable, not the bucket parable. Alright, let's see it.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
You know, lads, I think this may be more than 25 buckets. A bucket with 2 handles? Insanity. It. No one can control a bucket. Praise be the bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Dang it! Let me into the bottomless hole! Up! My bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Yes? Oh.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Well, alright then. You have one request? Let's hear it. Let us hear it.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ape recorder with bucket? Yes, well, alright then.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that
I'm on board. I'm on board.
Was simply the place to be.
I am
and
on
here
board.
It was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Tape recorder with bucket. Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
Every time.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Plenty of explanation for it.
Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Yes.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Excuse me, what the fuck? Yeah, I beg your pardon? Alright. Hold on. Can we... Oh, we can't get to heaven without... No, there's a way. No. Fuck, how do we get to heaven with a bucket? Chat, how do we get to button heaven with a bucket? Is there any way to reopen the office door after we leave? There's a way. There is a way. I'm trying to remember how you can get back into the office. Or maybe... Hold on, I'm gonna try something.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder,
Right,
he would
it
surely
is by
catch-
chance. Is by chance. Oh,
All
there
of
we
his
go.
co-workers were gone.
Box.
All of his co-workers were gone.
We must achieve heaven.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Call me Father Pucci, because I want to achieve heaven.
All of his co-workers were gone. How long was I sitting there? Someone was following Stanley. Stanley knew the office layout like the
You know
back
what?
of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
I'm gonna try
He'd
something
never be
else.
alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
I want to see what happens if I do this with a bucket.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as
Oh.
payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his
Oh.
treasured vaults. I was
Oh.
young back
There's
then.
lore?
I could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the
the
bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
I too have a suggestion. Commit Sudoku. Honorable.
Again!
Again!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
That looked
Stanley had
weird.
felt
Was
the
that blue
bucket
hallway
calling to
always
him,
there?
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, no, never mind.
Yes,
The
no.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Go out the window again.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How
I
deeply touching.
want to die in your arms tonight. It's possible.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Where are we going today? The
wanna
bucket
check.
asked. Stanley just smiled.
That blue
Anywhere
hallway.
they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I swear this blue hallway isn't normally here. But I can't prove it.
All of his co-workers were gone. All of his co-workers were gone.
Also not getting the blue office. I haven't done the blue office once yet.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ah, Minty. Speak of the devil. It's
All
the
of his
blue
co-workers
office.
were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, the bucket's right
Stanley
here.
decided a good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
What the hell is dog mode? Oh. Replaces the clicky sound with Duke.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Yeah,
This is
1, 2,
all
3, 4.
terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
The real
It was
bucket was the
incredibly
friends we
painful.
made along the way.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work. Crazy. Can I sell Bork? No! Dog mode's over. Yes. This is the one.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend.
Lads, we're going to
The
Bucket Heaven.
companionship that stands the test of time.
Why's a phone ring?
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it.
Well...
Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while.
Is...
Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
Is she cheating on me with a bucket? My word. Anyway. Lads. Bucket Heaven awaits. Button Heaven? Nah. Okay, that's enough of that. We reached heaven. Okay, I think we have time for one more ending. Do we have any suggestions?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be a... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Get the piss bucket ending? Ow. Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh my. Okay. Bucket confusion was...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
That was
place to
up
be.
the cargo lift, right?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I feel it was
No,
up the...
Said
yeah.
the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
Yes, the
now
cargo
ride
lift.
the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Oh, okay.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No,
Oh, but there's no
stop.
buckets past
Look
this
there on the
point.
wall.
Ah,
See,
we've done
there's
this.
a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you
Oh,
actually-
right. Down the other lift. Down the other lift. I knew that. I knew that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It's the maintenance
And here
lift.
it
The maintenance.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket
Maintenance.
was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Sure. That's definitely what we did. Most certainly. Definitely what we
Good,
did.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What in...
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Even the line is
We've come
here.
together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Pencil sharpener. I love how the broom closet's here. It's just... Alright, Adventure Line, where are we going?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
It did play some silly music.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Right.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
You can't separate me from my bucket. Over my cold, dead body. I will keep following the line, though.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
What if I put quarter in it?
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
We're not feeding the bucket to Bucket Destroyer. I'm sorry. The Bucket Destroyer can eat my ass.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Magnificent. Okay, fine.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Fine.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
We're going to give it the bucket.
Touched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
We're giving him the bucket.
Turned out to be correct. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
This is going to be how we end
left to go back, and so the
this is how it all ends. You can't give it the bucket.
Straight ahead to the opposite
Watch
door.
me. Watch me. Bucket, your demise is nigh.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
We're giving it the buckets.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with
me
it.
on Monday?
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Drop me a WhatsApp with the itinerary. I guess it's like the times.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's true. Stanley is addicted to drugs and
hookers. It's as classic now as it was back
then. It's canon.
Let's
both
do
games,
it for the
both
fans,
games.
Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Alright,
Don't you get it, Stanley?
Bucket Destroyer.
We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Hello, Bucket Destroyer.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
I gotta at least try.
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
I think it's the Bucket Destroyer
does. Me to
does.
spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Bye, Bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy
He really
your
doesn't
bucket.
want to.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Really?
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this
I'm mashing
game
as hard as I
can you
can.
say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters.
I'm
like the
pushing
Adventure
everything.
Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans. Stanley.
I'm reading
Give
chat,
the
Snappy.
fans what they
I'm
want.
reading.
Hurry and
I just wanted to make very sure I can't give it the bucket. Bucket Destroyer is a memorable character.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you.
Fare
All
thee
of
well,
it's
Bucket
squandered
Destroyer.
now.
There was an attempt to feed you.
Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here.
Oh, I don't doubt you. I just wanted to do it because it's funny.
Magnificent.
Anyway, we actually just did the cassette player with the bucket before you came back, so yeah, unfortunately missed that. Oh, but also, I have now been streaming for 11 hours. I am very tired. The coffee is not helping anymore. Yeah, and this is it. That was it. Bucket Destroyer was our finale. Oh, I'm pretty much going straight to bed. I'm spraying this mosquito and that mosquito, and then going straight to bed.
Stretch!
Do the cassette with the bucket again? Okay, we'll do the cassette with the bucket again. That was funny.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Ow.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah, we did
And
cassette
here
with
it
bucket
was.
just
Had
before
the bucket turned out to be correct.
just
Was
before
there
the
no-
bucket.
Never mind.
Bucket Destroyer.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Actually, there's one more ending I want. There's one more I want to do.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go
There's
to the
one
meeting
more I
room.
wanna do.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's
Oh, good,
something up
Snappy.
there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
There's
But
one more
Stanley
way to
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and
We're
he
going to the phone.
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We're going to the phone.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
There we
Were
go.
you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
It is funny.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh, wait, yes, there is.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Snooze those ads.
What
There,
is
here we go.
comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more
excuse me?
importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
What was that last one?
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
Original choice
If
was
you've
hilarious.
ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it
I haven't
while
done this
standing
one with a
50
bucket
to
yet, no.
80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Okay. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
Oh.
Finally, it's time to hand
I
out
didn't know that,
surveys.
Snappy.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
An
Hard
effective
data, the
survey
funniest
should be
thing
no
possible.
less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point,
Dunny and not
you
funny.
gut-busting little scamp. After all,
bust them guts.
we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence.
Wait, what?
And to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Okay, Helldivers 2.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated.
Okay, Helldivers
no matter.
2.
I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay. Sure, I guess.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be
All
in
right.
stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Hell,
Well,
I
wouldn't
love
be the
this
king
ending.
of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
You have to understand, I am very easily confused. All the way back to the double door. My goodness. Hold on, this bucket doesn't have the bucket sticker on it anymore.
Here
up
we
with
go.
that?
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
True, I did kill the bucket.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Yes.
No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Yeah,
I made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Wait, what?
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Wait, what?
Here we go. You ready? When
here we go
Stanley
again.
and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Right, the door on the left.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Oh, right.
Here we
We
go.
are forced.
You
We are
ready?
in fact forced to go
When
left.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Fine.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because
Yeah,
you
it's like,
couldn't
no,
watch
go
a
back
simple
quickly.
video and take a hint. Are you
Yeah,
proud of
I'm
yourself
looking at
for bringing
Izzy's.
me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
Yeah, Night Shark 115.
I've heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Yes, definitely. Sorry, Leroy. Okay. But that is now... Yeah, now I go sleep. Now I go sleep. Especially considering there's like 3 minutes left before ads start. I don't want to deal with that. The fuck is this? I can't not watch the epilogue. I can't not watch the epilogue. Many years later. Oh. All right. I was too tempted. Yeah, pretty much. Have I been dragging an office chair with me? Hilarious if true. One last ending. I guess. We gotta see what happens. I'm dying to know. Penny. Oh, Snappy, that was me for New Year's. I did a... How long did I go for? I want to say I went for like 30 hours in one stream. I can't remember. I think it was 30 hours. I think it was a 30-hour stream for New Year's. That was good stuff. It was a mega collab. Like, I got so many people in on it. Good times, good times. Generator. Stanley Parable 2. I'm guessing we're going to the skip button, yeah. Skip it all one last time. Review the Stanley Parable 2. So the escape button? Nah. Nor. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. God dang it, the ads are gonna start. Hello. The end is never the end. Man! I used all my snoozes already, too. Fine. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013. Its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. No way. My YouTube stream is getting ads at the same time as Twitch? That's insane. Well, I guess all the more reason to stall for time until the ads are done. You did not get an ad? Oh, never mind then. Never mind then. Soon. Yeah, mash that subscribe button. That's just silly. I like that. I like that. Let's. Can I go back to the escape pod? Was the escape pod there? Oh, that's the way. That's the way forward. Like the studio did the newest Shantae games, that's the way forward. I don't think I can get back up, actually. It was? Nice. Oh, well. Oh. 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 Yeah, let's redo that, considering I just clipped through the ground. Considering I just clipped through the ground, let's restart the epilogue. Nice. Got 3 Overwatch ads. Ew. You're right, that is disgusting. I did. I got all the Stanley Dreams, whatever we called them. The mini stands. We got all the mini stands. All 18 of them. All 18 out of 6. Dang, this ending's loud, though. Towards the setting sun, there is a house in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. Yeah, it does look like the escape pod. You think the bucket's in there? You reckon our emotional support bucket's in there? We did free him. Friend. After all this time, came back to us. Oh, I'm real satisfied with the nothing we got. In memoriam. Memento mori. Who cares? Yeah, the figures are fun.
Jim.
Yeah!
Jim.
That's enough of that then. Jim. Jim. There's some more of them.
Stanley.
To quote Mufasa, remember who you are.
Stanley.
Remember who you are. Oh god, there's more of them. 26 out of 26 acquired. I mean, 26 out of 6 acquired. Sure, whatever. Stanley. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Oh! Hello again. Fairly well, Snappy. Thanks for the advice. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn there will never be another Stanley Parable.
Think fast, chuckle nuts.
Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable's not sacred, we do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy, let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground, let's drag it through the mud and back. If people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake, don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard, in fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3 gun. Fine. The gun. Just the gun. Nothing else necessary. Stanley Parable 3 the gun. It's absurd. I love it. Every time we start the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way the Stanley Parable will never end. Nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. They're not Blizzard. Activision. Two sides of the same coin. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, same thing. Good, then it's agreed. New sequel every time you start the game. You know what, since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. Wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine's all fixed. See? I'm on your side. We're in this together. I'm gonna keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. (9:45 p.m.) Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. 3. The gun. Beautiful. Now, there truly is only one thing left to do. Hey, Bixby. Set a reminder for April 27th, 2035. Because that is when next we get to play the Stanley Parable. Ladies and gentlemen, in 10 years, we earn the Super Go Outside achievement. And I will commit myself. Well, there is another achievement that is play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. The first Tuesday after 10 years, we are going to do a 24-hour stream of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Assuming that I am A, still streaming, B, Twitch, YouTube, or some other streaming still exists, and C, I haven't died yet. So a lot of conditions that may be difficult to fulfill, but you know what? We ball. 10 years, lads. 2035. Remember it, just in case Google goes down and I lose the reminder. Yeah, the sun hasn't imploded on itself yet. But I sure am about to. Yeah, new mission. Keep the fish alive. What is Super Lesbians? That is a game that I might actually be playing next week. No. Not next week. Next week's going to be weird because Thursday to Sunday are going to be short, lazy stream. Thursday to Sunday are going to be short, late, lazy streams. Right. Because I'm going to be at Comic-Con. Teehee. Anyway. Okay. Now. I want to sleep. I need to pee. I need to poo. I need to go get actual dinner as well. So let's wrap it up. I have my raid target in mind already. It is their affiliate anniversary. Sorry, it's their streamiversary. It's their streamiversary. So I'm going to be raiding into them. Starto raid. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. We will be back again tomorrow. Early fish time, but same fish channel. This is where I say goodbye to YouTube and TikTok as well. Thank you for joining us for Stanley Parable. And, for everyone, if I don't see you again, have a good afternoon, good evening, and a good night. Bye-bye.